Testing, testing. Oh boy. Oh, my back. Check the stream. Let me check my voice. Let's see. Low latency. Yeah. Testing, testing. One, two, three. Okay. Making sure the mics work. All right. Oh man, it's 5:46 p.m. Texas Central Daytime. It is June 19th, Thursday. One day. Oh, my back. Oh, it is hard sleeping on my side. I will tell you that. Now, as I was saying, sorry, I keep on digressing and changing the topic and derailing here. It is one day after my surgery. As I have shared and been very transparent on my latest posts here on Facebook, on social media, Facebook Meta, I've been very transparent and communicated and honest, keeping everyone on my friend list, the 328 on my friend list, and even I share this publicly and openly to the general public of Facebook, social media, and internet, friends and family, for those that care to keep tabs on me, checking up on me voluntarily, even though it really shouldn't be your business to check up on me or be nosy or prying in my personal affairs, as many other people will not appreciate me being nosy on their personal affairs or their lifestyle or their life, well, life choices or whatever. They want me to stay in my lane, worry about myself, worry about my wife and my immediate family. But anyway, for those that care to keep tabs on me, at least I consent to sharing this update. I'm doing okay as of now. I'm showing my face because I ain't hiding behind my anonymity. What you see here is what you get. This is the real me, the real Sunbeam Titan, General Sunbeam, Sunbeam Moonlight, Sunbeam 007, Solitaire Cosplay, Sunbeam 0, Sunbeam 007, Sunbeam 071, and Sunbeam 0072, and of course sometimes Sunbeam Type 13, or Sunbeam Type 0, or something. Usually I'm known as my alias on online. My online alias in MMORPG is known by Sunbeam. There may be other Sunbeams out there, but I'm one of those people that often goes by that same alias, Sunbeam, Sunbeam 007, and Sunbeam Moonlight or General Sunbeam. I can guarantee you I am often known by that alias, and I want to document that on here. Okay, my parent. Okay, let me check to see if on the Life 360 app if my wife should be getting off of work. My wife currently carpools home and carpools to work with my dad. And right now, my wife and my dad should be off of work right now, and they should be home around 6 p.m. And of course, it's usually the dinner time around there, dinner time with immediate family. So I want to make that transparently clear. Here in this room, here in the household, currently live with my immediate family. They're all doing okay. I guess I'll go ahead and read off the post I just posted. Just give me a minute. I'm trying to communicate this before my wife gets home. It's just me in the room, and I fortunately woke up at 2 p.m. I try to get a good 8 hours sleep because I don't want to feel sick or have any relapse. So yeah, I'm looking at myself on Facebook, and I'll read this here. Hello, for those that care to keep tabs on me or about me, checking up on me. Well, I am doing okay. My wife and immediate family members are doing okay, working and living their private, peaceful lives away from the reckoning. Being away from social media for more than a decade, that's my family. They care about the privacy that much. I am recovering at home, or I am currently recovering at home from the post-surgery procedure operation from Austin Regional Clinic, ARC, and staying updated as usual. I am like an information broker and news anchor reporter at the same time, keeping the general public of the internet and social media aware sharply. The surgery feels like a swift, like a feels swift, like a time warp or time skip off of numerous MMORPGs or RPGs. I could tell you when I woke up, the surgery was done. I was surprised and very skeptical. I told the surgeon that was checking out me, the surgeon attendant, is the operation over? Like 2 times. And I'm surprised that he said yes, the operation procedure is finished. And I drank a ginger ale just to reduce the nausea. And of course, I am fine. I did not have any reactions or relapse or any problems with the during the surgery procedure. I mean, again, it felt like a time warp. It's like a time skip off of MMORPGs. Like you woke up and it was done. I didn't feel any sharp pain or any immediate pain while I was in the hospital ward recovering from the surgery. I mean, it's my first time getting a surgery. I'll tell you that. It is my first time. I was really honest. I was very transparent. I communicated with the hospital attendant and the surgeon, and I spoke my mind. I speak unfiltered and uncensored. I communicated on my chart, on the messengers, on the notes. I communicated effectively to the best of my ability. I really communicated. I really expressed. Before my surgery, I already told I had that butt problem, that paludontal sinus or paludontal cyst, that reoccurring donut lump bump on my butt on that tailbone area. Oh my gosh, it's embarrassing to say, but I choose to disclose it at my own choice and consent because I want to share my experience. I'm sure other people may have that problem. I'm sure my kids, my grandkids might experience that same problem, that lump bump paludontal sinus cyst on their tailbone area. And I choose to share this story in my experience because it took me since 2009 to. I had that problem since high school at the start of 2009 when I was hitting puberty, adolescence, growing up, having those man body hairs and all that. I don't want to go into that detail, but hitting adolescence, I've been having that problem, that paludontal cyst. At the time, I was working at my parents' restaurant at the Mongolian barbecue, Mongolian grill, Mongol fire grill. As many people that dined there 10 years back in the early and mid 2000s, during George W. Bush presidency to President Obama's presidency to part of Donald J. Trump's first presidential term. My parents did used to own a restaurant called Mongolian Grill, which changed to Mongol Fire Grill, Asian Fusion and Grill, in the northwest side of Austin, Texas, on Research Boulevard, right near Demasi's and across from what used to be called BB's Rovers. I used to have that paludontal cyst, and at the time I didn't know what was going on, but my butt's been hurting, my butt's been feeling pain and discomfort, itchy and tingling. It's like sitting on that area, it hurts. It felt like sitting on a rock. When you sit on a rock for a long time, it really feels sore on that butt area, the tailbone area. Hey, I'm just saying this because educational purposes and medical purposes. And I appreciate for any viewers, audience, taking the time to hear me saying this from start to finish. Once again, thank you for all the viewers. Thank you for all the audience. I appreciate your support, your love and respect and tolerance. But when I have paludontal cyst, paludontal sinus, that recurring acne zit on that tailbone area, it is uncomfortable. And again, I didn't know what it was back in 2009 when I was working as a server at my parents' restaurant at Mongolian Grill, Mongol Fire Grill, long time ago. It took it, and then when I went to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2019, around COVID-19, during the stay-at-home order, the pandemic, all that, my brother-in-law came up to me saying that my underpants or my undergarment has, graphic content, bodily discharge, and the dad went to apply ointment, and of course it's just a short-term treatment. It didn't really do anything, and that just shows that my parents-in-law, or before my parents-in-law and my brother-in-law at that time, back in Honolulu, Hawaii, on the island of Oahu, back in 2019 during the pandemic, they didn't know what was going on, but only my wife or my girlfriend at the time in 2019 and my brother-in-law at that time or my wife's brother and the parents back in Honolulu, Hawaii, they didn't know what was going on with me when I had that problem. It took me into 2025 or 2024 to finally get it diagnosed. Like I told my annual doctor when I went to my annual doctor visit around 2023 or 2024, say I had that problem on my butt, on my tailbone, and he checked and he referred to me a surgeon named Dr. Christopher Bailey. Shout out, special thanks and credit to Christopher Bailey, MD surgeon Christopher Bailey of Austin Regional Clinic, ARC, for all the hard work and for diagnosing the problem and for figuring out that I had that butt problem, that butt talk problem, my gluteus maximus problem, my tailbone problem, Paul sinus. And I appreciate that I finally made the second try to go to get a surgery. I get it checked out, and at the time I didn't have a plan. The first time I went was a diagnostic to figure out what's the problem, and I was kind of anxious to go through with the surgery the first try. So I kind of bailed out and kind of chickened out because I didn't have the money. I feel like I didn't have the time off needed, but I came up with a plan. I figured second try, I'm gonna go for it because I am trying to be an adult model. I used to have OnlyFans. I used to have all these 18 plus explicit websites like Xhamster, Xtube, and all that. Okay, I don't want to jump into that detail because Facebook terms of service. I want to honor that, honor the policy. But I used to be an adult model, 18 plus explicit adult model, and I'm a cosplayer. I did tell my medical surgeon that I want to be an adult model. So yeah, I am going to get that taken care of, and I did. So my plan is, I realized I can do a medical leave of absence at work, and I just figured that out. I also have a health savings account that I've been saving up money, so I can use that to pay my large, overwhelmingly seemingly expensive medical bill for my periodontal cyst removal surgery. And I just did that, and I did just that. So I figure I have an ace up my sleeve, and I'm the kind of person that have a brain, intelligence, and the plan. So I went through and created a medical leave of absence on my A to Z on Amazon for my current workplace, and it got approved. And I got a call from them like around June the 10th, and I talked to my medical provider, talked to Amazon, and I got approved for it. I say that the periodontal sinus, the periodontal cyst problem persisted during my work when I was currently working at Whole Food Market back in 2024 or 2023, 2021, and it persisted throughout to this day until the day I got surgery yesterday. It was 15 years total for the duration. 15 years I had that problem. Periodontal cyst, periodontal sinus, periodontal pimple on the same area on the tailbone, on the butt top area. Been having that issue. Took me into yesterday, June 18th, 2025, on the month of June, on the current year of 2025, to finally get it removed and resolved and to finally seek a solution to it. And the saying goes, where there's a will, there is a way. And how I exercise where there's a will, there's a way, I did it. I communicated with my immediate family, I communicated with my workplace, I communicated with my doctor, my medical provider. I have two plans. I use the medical leave of absence, and I'm going to use my health savings account to pay off my periodontal sinus surgery medical bills all together. I might as well pay off everything on that credit card I applied. The bill I will share is around $2,000 after they called my health insurance. And luckily, I will say this: I understand much better now that it's better to have health insurance, and I'm always going to be bothered and reminded by my parents, my immediate family, to keep where I'm working at, keep my job at Amazon, keep my current workplace. Because usually W4 jobs, they provide health benefits and definitely those health insurance, dental insurance, vision cares, 401k, health savings account, those usual shebang, those usual benefits that 1099 gigs or 1099 jobs do not provide. It's sad, but I really don't like having to say all that, and I don't like being told or reminded many times. Just ridiculously unfair, I'll say. Life sucks. It's one thing I don't like about W4 jobs. You have to work under their schedule. They'll call you in to work and they give you overtime, and if it's busy, of course, overtime. You're always guaranteed to work on weekends, usually, working at W4 jobs. Not a big fan of it. But they provide health benefits like health insurance, and that's what going to a doctor is essential and why it's important. That my parents heavily stressed that I should keep my current workplace. I don't like working at a warehouse. I don't like having to work heavy stress and heavy strenuous labor. I'm not that kind of person. I like to work in a relaxed environment, like working at home, working at the bank, at the least. But I have created this. Special thanks and shout out to ChatGPT by OpenAI. that I created the bullseye target. The big outer circle is creative arts, entertainment, leisure, recreation. Middle ring of the bullseye target is anime. All things anime. To be heavily immersed in anime. And the bullseye in the middle is creative writing and animation, or being an animator. So now you know me. For those that are hearing me from start to finish, you know me. I love to be a creative writer. I love writing stories. I love writing, and writing. And I love being an animator. I love to generate anime. Special thanks to shout out to ChatGPT and maybe Google Gemini AI for creating images and for crafting intricate, elaborate stories. I wish ChatGPT by OpenAI can do more than just create images and craft stories all on the same platform. It can also create up to 10 minutes long or even 30 minutes episodic television style anime or animation cartoons or realistic TVs with a disclaimer at least saying that it is AI generated for transparency purposes. I wish you can add music to it all on the same platform. If I can write stories and if it can craft stories on ChatGPT, and it can also create images on ChatGPT, I wish it can also do animation and craft video, 30-minute animation video on there, and also craft music, automatic craft music, original soundtrack, background music, SFX, vocal musics, and voiceovers. Voiceovers, either in dub or sub. All that all in one content creator, all in one anime production work. Sorry, I was just scratching my nose. My nose is itchy now. I look at myself, I really have oily face. Yeah, I do still have moderate to severe acne. My face is still oily to this day, to this current year. But I'm doing okay. But yeah, again, this is my first day. I'm just live streaming. Like I said, I plan to make an effort to live stream before my wife comes home and comes into this room before dinner time with my immediate family. I'm doing okay. I'm not feeling nauseated. I'm not feeling sick. Took my ibuprofen, pain reducing. Right now, even if I didn't take it, I do not feel any pain on the tailbone area where the surgery was done. I feel no pain. It feels normal to me, like going like a walk in the park or going to a regular annual doctor visit to get blood work or blood tests and all that. It's like going to the annual doctor to get a flu shot. It doesn't feel anything special. It doesn't feel anything new to me. You know me, I'm just a tough nut to crack. I have that sheriff mentality. I have that soldier hard hat when you go to war. That kind of mentality, that kind of courage, bravery, valor. I don't really feel like anything is new to me. So you can see I just look like what's the word? Man, MEH. Like I'm just like, life goes. Everything's normal to me. Nothing new. So I'm just like, man, nothing new. I don't feel anything shocking, surprising, or anything. I'm a bit anxious before my first surgery, and to the point where I'm admitted to the hospital, going to the hospital as a patient, client, doing all the paperwork before my surgery, and then during the surgery, and after the surgery. I was a bit anxious, but again, I felt relaxed and calm, and I'm just like, oh, well, it don't really feel new to me. But yeah, I don't feel any pain. I'm doing okay. As you can see, I'm doing great. 2-star, peace, thumbs up. I'm strong. I'm healthy. The doctor say I tolerated the medical procedure. I did well, and few of the surgeons, attendants say I'm a healthy, young, still in my prime. I would say I'm glad to be in my 30s and going to the hospital because I can still take care of myself. But sad to say, compared to, let's say, those that are going to the hospital more often as a senior citizen past the retirement age, it's going to be hard and tough for them. I can't really say the same for, like, well, one of my immediate family, like my grandparents, for example. How can I imagine them, when they're being terminally disabled and they can barely take care of themselves, they can't do their daily function routine, like hygienic wise. Like for me, I still can able to use the restroom and take care of myself and all that. Take a shower, brush my teeth, still do normal things. being in my prime, and that's what I like. Hoping to be in my prime and stay young as possible and able versus being disabled. But yeah, I'm doing okay. Thumbs up. Also, it is halfway in the month of June. June. The month of June will be over. We're in the peak of summer, or going to be in the peak of summer. And again, the anime convention, the water park convention called Colossal Con Texas. Colossal Con Texas will take place at Kalahari Indoor Water Park and Conventions at Kalahari, Round Rock, Texas, on Kalahari Boulevard near US 79, between Hutto and then after that Taylor, so between Hutto and Round Rock, around there. It's right across nearby Dell Diamond Stadium, Dell Diamond Baseball Stadium, Kalahari Indoor Water Park. Be sure to use the promo code SOLTAIR. 2 words, 2 syllables. SOLTAIR. SOLTAIR. It's not solitaire. Not 3 syllables, 3 words. It's 2 sounding, 2 syllables. SOLTAIR. Remove the I. So it's SOLTAIR. Be sure to use the promo code to get your $10 off or 10% off when you buy your Colossal Con weekend membership pass for that convention, the anime convention event on August 15th through 17th, typical Friday through Sunday 3-day weekend at Colossal Con Texas within Kalahari Indoor Water Park at Round Rock, Texas, USA on August 15th through the 17th. Be sure to use the promo code at the end of the checkout. Apply on the promo codes, which is SOLTAIR. 2 syllables, 2 words, SOLTAIR. SOLTAIRE. SOLTAIR. And I always do check that I am seeing that there is a closed caption that's documenting things what I say. But again, it's SOLTAIR. It's not soldier, SOLTAIR. Like when you say it fast, it's like SOLTAIR. Soul, like my soul right here, and tear, like you tear the paper. SOLTAIR. SOLTAIRE. SOLTAIR. So basically you're saying solitaire, but remove the I. That's how you pronounce it. So again, see you at Colossal Con Texas. Me and my wife will be going there as like for the cosplay meet and greet. Special thanks, credit, and shout out to Colossal Con Texas for promoting us. We are featured on their website on Facebook. We have checked and we are on their website on the cosplay meet and greet this year. And we'll be there on August 15th to 17th, Friday to Sunday, at Kalahari Indoor, Round Rock, Texas, for Colossal Con Texas. See you there. And again, we're trying to be promoted. We're trying to be out there, make a name for ourselves. So I just want to throw it out there. I also want to read this post here that I have on my personal Facebook feed, on my personal Facebook profile. Again, I'm feeling man, M-E-H, feeling man, like nothing big, nothing new. A day after yesterday of my first operational surgery procedure for my butt problem of the Paldondo sinus removal. How the hell I am feeling today? Man, feels normal. No serious pain, any flare-ups or relapse at the moment. Took my ibuprofen, however you spell that. I mean, I was typing this, so I don't know how to spell ibuprofen. I spell like IFPROBEN for ibuprofen. However you spell that, painkiller medication. I mean, it's over the counter. I bought it from Dollar Tree, and it sort of helps. I mean, I feel the tingly itchiness. I feel like changing the pad on my buttocks. Feels like wearing a men's diaper. Well, again, let me say this on here, word for word. Feels like having a period, putting on that padding like a man diaper on the rear. Sharing my experience here publicly because I am being a leader with that leadership skill, peace, managerial leadership. I am being a leader that many would choose not to share their excruciating personal medical experience, but I choose to. I choose to by my own consent and choice, as I am paying a hefty price for the medical bill, but prevented what may gotten much more worse, or what may have gotten much more worse if I continue to keep prolonging that bump. It has been building up with discharge, and God knows how infectious it may have been years later if left untreated. Been holding it too long since 2009, around high school year, or at the start of my high school year. Glad I lived through my words, as of now, or since yesterday. Took a second to try to really go for it after my first diagnosis. I wasn't ready, but knowing I am a cosplayer and a male model, I really wanted to go away. And I did tell everyone at the medical ward I am not a huge fan of horror or bloody graphic contents, so I'm being fairly transparent in informing those around me, or informing around me of my preference and my limited interests. I'll repeat again that I have said this as part of my introduction on YouTube, DeviantArt. You probably have said this on Instagram when I used to have Instagram, but I deleted my Instagram as well as Solitaire Cosplay's Instagram. I deleted both accounts on Instagram, so I no longer have Instagram. But I did tell everyone this, and I'll say it again. I'm not a huge fan of horror, thriller, slasher. I'm not a big fan of realistic, hyper-realistic, bloody, gory graphic content or unsettling, disturbing visual content. I don't like the Human Centipede. I don't like Jigsaws or Saws. I don't like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I don't like all these realistic horror movies. I don't like all that. I don't like Jeepers Creepers. I don't like the Human Cannibal, the Cannibal Holocaust. I don't like all that. Anything that's considered banned movies that is truly rated R for restricted, forget that. I am truly on the opposite end, on the beyond fan service side. And I'll remind all of you again. I used to be an adult model. I used to have OnlyFans, and I did participate in these explicit adult websites as a amateur model. I'll just leave it at that. But again, I was an adult model, and I'm considered going back to being an adult model once I fully recover from my surgery procedure. Now I no longer have that polygonal cyst problem. Hopefully, it should be well treated for good. Hopefully, for the next 10 years, 15 years. Hopefully, it doesn't return, or I hope I don't suffer that relapse. But again, God knows. So I'm gonna remind everyone again. I did tell everyone at the medical ward when I was getting my surgery procedure, I am not a huge fan of horror or bloody graphic contents. Therefore, so I am being fairly transparent and informing around me of my preference and my limited interests. I didn't like going to the hospital. I'm not a big fan of hospital, like the scene of any doctor or hospital in movies or television. So I was trying to convey that to my surgeon and to my attendants, the surgery attendants working there, that I don't want to see my own content or see large amount of disgusting bodily fluid or anything that looks disgusting and gross. So I made that very clear. So now that's something you should really know about me as a personal fact. That's just who I naturally am. And I'm sorry if that's something you don't like about me. That's just who I naturally am. Take it or leave it. I don't like seeing large traumatic amounts of blood or content or accidents unless it is in 2D anime, in anime, television, and ultimately, if I am the proprietor behind the making of such anime or television, without a doubt. I'll repeat again. If I am the proprietor behind the making of such anime productions or television, without a doubt. One more time. Ultimately, if I am the proprietor behind the making of such anime or television, without a doubt. It hits differently if I'm the one that has the creativity and that can see all that. I dictate the plot, I dictate the story, I dictate which protagonist dies, which protagonist dies, which antagonist dies, who has plot armor, who don't. I dictate whether I should add disgusting features or content to it. I'd rather be the proprietor behind the making of my own anime productions or cartoons or television shows, without a shadow of a doubt. That hits different, and that would be the different way to say if I'm not comfortable with horror content, blood and gore content, or disturbing features and all that. I'd rather be the proprietor behind all that. And I'd rather not be watching other movies like from different directors. I don't want to watch other animes of different anime directors. No, I want to be the end of the stick, being the proprietor behind my own anime production, my own storytelling, my own story production, and all that. So there you go. This is from Dr. Christopher Bailey, MD. Got a comment I shared. It was collected on June 18th, yesterday. this year. So Mr. Nguyen underwent a WLE of his sinus disease finally on June 18, 2025 and did very well. He will continue to follow up with me until complete resolution. Thank you. Christopher W. Bailey, MD, FACS, General Robotics and Laparoscopic Surgery. Share this. It was posted at 8:40 a.m. and I posted this 1 hour ago. And I share other various things. Basically, I'm sharing a big fan. I'm a #1 fan of James Bond, this James Bond movie franchise, dating back from Sean Connery, Roger Moore, George Lazenby or Lazenby, Daniel, Arnold Dalton, Timothy Dalton, Pierce Bronson, and the latest Daniel Craig. I was sharing one of the scenes on my personal Facebook feed, on my personal Facebook profile, sharing from Spectre, one of the 007, James Bond 007 Spectre, where Bond infiltrates a meeting with Spectre, and for Daniel Craig, and I said this, yeah, this literally me being observant and viewing meetings either at work, at public events, and for sure at parties when I am just like the rest of other extras or NPCs, until the main antagonist or major person of interest calls me out. Why I love James Bond movies in general. It relates something about my lifetime, something about me personally. Yeah, I'm definitely a big James Bond fan. That's a big personal fact about me that you should know about me. General public or Facebook. And another scene from Roger Moore, basically from a short clip on YouTube. As you said, such good sport. Moonraker, 1979. Roger Moore's James Bond goes hunting with Hugo Drax. Short video clip from the 1979 James Bond film Moonraker. This scene was one of many where James Bond, and I said this, that was posted 2 hours ago. Love James Bond. Love his response and his demeanor. The formality and suave. I wish to work on developing such characteristics. Of my #1 top favorite classic movies of all time. And then I did share this 15 hours ago about Salt Bay or Salty Bay, Salt Bay. I have heard about him way back between 2014 through 2016, just the same as Elon Musk and the slow rise of current POTUS, President of the United States, Donald Trump. Salt Bay became a meme and part of the internet culture with how the way he sprinkles salt with style, like something like this, with wearing shades, so he looks like this, and this is how he sprinkles salt. I mean, I'm trying my best to do his impression, but I'm close enough. So he's like this. Ooh, he's trying to sprinkle salt, standing up, sprinkling salt on his steak. So Salt Bay became a meme and part of the internet culture with how he sprinkles salt with style, donning the shades like Tony Montana off Scarface, and a hint of Tony Stark from Iron Man. He owned a high-end steak restaurant that charges insanely pricey cuts of meat, from what I have watched. Like he showed like a very expensive steak that costs about $400 or $339 something. A steak covering gold, edible gold, according to one of the YouTube I watched regarding this scene that I shared here 15 hours ago about Salt Bay. So he owned a high-end steak restaurant that charges insanely pricey cuts of meat, from what I have watched. It is somewhat appalling to view his downfall of Salt Bay. My purpose of sharing this reference clip off YouTube or other outlet sources, whether it's news or any other YouTube true crime documentary like Tux, Visual Venture, Coffeehouse Crime, Dire Trip, Web Surf, various other documentarians on YouTube like Osman Gold, 15 Minutes of Shame, people that like to denounce and defame legitimately other pranksters and trolls, calling them out. So my purpose of sharing this reference clip off YouTube or other outlet sources is to define awareness of the risk and cost in the bad shame of light. Period, of being a known public figure, either celebrity or modeling. There is someone documenting whether you like it or not. That's the wrath of the internet. All the internet users will hide behind their anonymity. Let me continue reading this. If you value your maximum privacy, Don't aggressively chase clout like Johnny Somali is doing. Like what he did. He is now facing consequences in South Korea, from what I know, and people like uh legal mindset, and 15 minute of shame. Those two YouTubers are talking about him, shaming him, and calling him out. Special thanks credit to legal mindset and those that are documenting Johnny Somali's action on YouTube. Being in public or public property will certainly already put you in the spotlight due to public security cameras, those press paparazzi folks or news media, and those that want to have their phone cameras rolling, especially discreetly sniper snapshotters. I am well aware of that. I will always assume, even if nobody is documenting me, recording me, taking pictures of me, creating press articles about me, I will still assume that I am well aware of that. And it doesn't bother me myself. So, Facebook, general public of the internet, I know you probably are talking about me, recording me, documenting me, making some content off of me, and I'm well aware of that. I don't know who, but eventually it will leak out naturally, and I will find out, and I will speak my mind. So I am keeping an eye on you, and I am aware of that. So I'm sharing all this because I know the risk of being a public figure, going out in public and taking pictures, selfies, and sharing this publicly on social media. Everybody should know the risk that you will be documented. People will talk about you. They will do anything to sneak a phone camera, take a picture of you, or have a something like a cup disguised as a camera to record secretly. People will find a way to take a picture of you without your consent, without you knowing. That's a big risk in the wrath of the internet. So at some point, you cannot avoid hiding in the closet forever. When you go in public, there are security cameras, public surveillance cameras. They would use that they would close that footage with law enforcement, with police, if you do something criminal or heinous. So people will call you out, like it or not. Again, there are what they call stream snipers and discreetly sniper snapshotters, secret paparazzi taking pictures secretly and all that. So I'm just throwing that out there for general awareness. It's my purpose of why I'm sharing all these notoriety, celebrity, and public figures. People are talking about them, and that's very hard to keep a low profile if you're trying to be a public figure on purpose. Because if you're trying to have a high profile, like the current president of the United States and all these political figures, like Johnny Somali and all these nuisance streamers and pranksters, well, of course, you're making a name for yourself. And you know the risk, and you know what you did. So you can't complain about, oh, it's a violation of privacy or copyright infringement. People will document you. People will talk about you. So I'm saying not to rub politics in, very much stating my opinion, but I'm more of a person that provides concrete facts that defines me well enough. And that's why I shared this picture of Salt Bae from YouTube. Salt Bae just destroyed his career. Salt Bae is broke with nothing left. Wants the king of viral steak and gold covered meat, and the way how he sprinkled his salt like this, wearing those shades. That's what he's notoriously known for. Salt Bae. Again, that is the price to pay being a public figure. One criminal move caught by the internet, and it's shaming hell for you. I know the risk myself and had already faced some negative feedback, backlash, or mention before. I had it coming. I already will say that I might be defensive. I would like to be defensive and speaking out if I figure out who's been talking negatively about me or making bad press articles about me. But I know the risk of being a public figure, and I know that people will find ways to rub dirt on me or do me wrong. But I will say this: I never put anybody in hospital, nor 12 feet under the grave. I'm not the kind of person that harms people physically and violently. I'm not that kind of person. I made a promise. I will honor it, and that's something I would challenge the internet and Facebook to do the same. That they promised and swore an oath to the presidential oath of office that they will never commit serious crime that cannot be fixed or repaired. So don't put anybody in a hospital or don't put anybody 12 feet under the grave. I exercise the right to not bear arms, to not pick up swords or live firearms. I'm not that kind of person. I'm a total pacifist. That's something I can easily prove. So I shared that 15 hours ago with Salt Bay, and I just wanted to say that just to prove everyone's point that when you're being a celebrity or public figure, when you're modeling or you're trying to go out in public or be more of a public person, people will say bad things about you. There will be backlash. It's always a mixed bag of good and bad and positive and negative. People will naturally have that feelings of rubbing dirt on you and doing you wrong and saying bad things about you. So I just wanted to express that and make sure that everyone's well aware of whatever you're doing. If you're an OnlyFans model, adult model, you're going out, you're throwing your privacy away. I'll just tell you that. If you care about your privacy, well, I suggest don't be a public figure. Don't be having all these social medias. Don't be promoting yourself. Don't be cosplaying. Don't be going out on public streets often. That's all I can say about that. This was posted 16 hours ago. I updated my cover photo, and that's part of me. I always like to update my profile pictures and my cover photos. That's the real me. Anyone else that's trying to pretend or impersonate me, the real me, Tai M Nguyen, or my known alias is Sunbeam Tai 10. I usually change my profile picture. I switch my profile picture and my cover photos a lot. Almost every day, 3 times a day. I usually try to switch it once a week. But I usually update my profile and cover photos on my Facebook feed on my profile numerous times. That's the real me. And I'm very transparent and very active on my Facebook. I post a lot of things. I am no deepfake, no AI. I am really me. You see me right here. Thumbs up. So I posted 16 hours ago. Official statement from Sunbeam Type 10, General Sunbeam. Today, I proudly declare that I have honored my words, finally, and followed through with my first ever surgery, successfully completing the excision of a periodontal sinus cyst, a condition I quietly endured since 2009. This experience wasn't just a medical milestone, it was a spiritual checkpoint in my adult life. It felt like a genuine, quote, time skip out of an RPG game. Again, time skip out of an RPG game, like Genshin Impact, when you go through a wormhole, a warp hole, teleports machine or something. It felt like that. One blink under general anesthesia, and I awakened, healed, surreal, fast, necessary. And I thank the heavens above for safely bringing me back home to consciousness and home into the arms of my loving immediate family, my parents. I live by two powerful philosophies or two powerful sayings, figure of speech, or idioms. Seeing is believing. To me, this means I don't speak on speculation. I speak through proof, concrete evidence. I am a visual learner and a transparent communicator. If I share something, it's based on evidence, action, or direct experience, not half truths or performance, no BS, no bad statement, or no bad service, whether in person or online. I don't support false, fabricated claims, poor service, or hollow statements. I believe in showing and explaining what I do. That's what credibility and integrity means to me. So I will add that as part of my master introduction. That's something I always believe in. Seeing is believing, or seeing it for myself with my own eyes, within my own six senses. I am a very skeptical person, and I only believe when there's like 7 or more concrete facts come forward. Another saying is, where there is a will, there is a way. Where there is a will, there is a way. This this means that your determination is your fuel. No matter the obstacles, financial, physical, emotional, you will, if you have the willpower to commit, you will find a method to succeed. This surgery wasn't easy to afford or decide on, but I made it happen because I committed to taking care of myself and living responsibly. and I encourage others to do the same. Now I speak directly to the internet, social media, especially here on Facebook Meta, especially those between the ages of 18 to 35. It's time to grow up. No more playing games with your health, your career, or your future. Be the man or woman your future child will one day look up to. Be prepared to carry responsibility, be prepared to lead, and be ready to become a father or a pillar of your family. Life is not a rehearsal, it's the main act. And I live mine seriously, with intention, accountability, and purpose. Hashtag General Sunbeam, hashtag post surgery reflections, hashtag seeing is believing, hashtag where there's a will, there's a way, hashtag accountability, hashtag young men rise, hashtag adulting is real, hashtag lead with honor. Again, I'm Sunbeam Type 10, General Sunbeam. I'm gonna check to see if I'm yep, still going strong, still recording, still live here on Facebook. 45 minutes in, and it is 6:32 p.m. As of now, 6:32 p.m. And my wife hasn't came home yet. Let me check on my phone. No updates. No updates on Life 360 or something. My wife is probably on the way home with my dad, coming home from work. Hopefully nothing bad happens. So yeah, I posted a picture created by ChatGPT, me in a wheelchair wearing a tuxedo, a business suit, holding a sign at the Austin Regional Clinic. This is another one I updated my profile picture 16 hours ago. Not going to lie, I almost look like an Asian resemblant of the Texan governor Greg Abbott, in the wheelchair with style. Post-surgery reflection, my periodontal sinuses removal journey. Date of procedure, June 18, 2025, which was yesterday. Hospital, Cedar Park Regional Medic, Austin Regional Clinic, Cedar Park Regional Medical Center. Procedure, excisions of periodontal sinuses, extensive. After finishing dinner and sipping on a warm cup of tea, I find myself settling into the evening calmly, grateful and surprisingly composed following my first ever surgical operation. Earlier today, I underwent an excision procedure to remove a periodontal sinuses. A periodontal sinuses, how you pronounce that? A condition I had quietly endured since adolescence, dating back to 2009 when I started my high school. It's been over 15 years of discomfort. 15 years, more than a decade. It's been over 15 years of discomfort. And today, I mark the end of that chapter. Case closed. Close the book. Done. How do I feel? How the hell do I feel currently? Well, how do I feel? Once again, how do I feel? Honestly, normal. Meh. Honestly, normal. Almost as if I had just returned from a routine doctor's checkup, annual doctor's visit. There is a quiet sense of relief that the persistent bump on my lower back, the one that often dictated my posture and comfort, is finally gone. Growing older isn't glamorous. Sometimes it feels like your body ages faster than your spirit. I often miss the innocence and resilience of youth. But even as the physical body changes, I've learned to face uncontrollable health issues with resilience and grace. One of the most surreal moments was being placed under general anesthesia. General anesthesia. It felt like blinking in real time. One moment I'm wheeled into the operation room. One moment I'm wheeled into the operation room, and in what felt like an instant, I was waking up, surgery complete. It was my first time experiencing something like that. In a strange way, it felt like being checked into a medical con. Quote, medical con. A fictional healthcare themed convention complete with wristbands like this here, wristbands, brief silent halls, and that sterile hotel room vibe. When you're in that one room with the television, you can watch TV, and you're on that little medical bed. Felt like a hotel room in a sense, and that sterile hotel room vibe. So yeah, medical con. That's my year. That's my definition of years going to convention. Comic Con, rarest anime convention, medical con, or health con, doctor con. The recovery room, Quiet, peaceful, no crowds, no politics, no noise. Just a space for reflection, watching crime shows like Forensic Files that used to be on Court TV or True TV, flipping through TV television channels, and while waiting for the anesthesia to fully wear off. Yeah, I was watching Forensic File and I recognize that voice, the voice of the narrator. Forensic Files. Well, don't get me started on this, summarizing that. It's old school where they use science to capture their crooks, their criminals. Forensic Files. That's that's the wrath of the law. Let me check. My wife hasn't came home yet. It's 6:36 p.m. It's around dinner time. So my wife and my dad hasn't came home yet. So far, so that's what it feels like being in a recovery room or being in the room before awaiting my surgery procedure. So what I just to elaborate more, when I was awaiting, it took me like 30 minutes, like around 1 p.m. or 1:30. That's when they moved the bed out. I was like, this feels like first person Call of Duty. It really feels like Call of Duty. Looking around, looking left and right, looking around like this. Oh my god, oh my neck hurts. Oh man, it feels like Call of Duty when I was laying in bed and I was like just looking around. So yeah, it feels like Call of Duty. First person Call of Duty, looking around left and right. Looking at the numbers, 37, 37, room number 37, room 37, room 36, general patient, the procedure, and somehow I passed out. Somehow around halfway, I was under, and I don't know, magically under the influence of general anesthesia. I passed out. The next day I was in recovery, the post-surgery op recovery, room number 7. Just ironically, was my favorite number, 7. James Bond 007. The post-recovery, post-surgery recovery, number 7. I was like waking up and I was like, what the heck happened? Oh, the surgery's finished? Really? I didn't know that. I was surprised. I was kind of awestruck, dumbfounded, a little bit retarded, ignorant, and I was like, I didn't even know it was finished. I thought I was just waiting to pass out, and then that room right there would lead to the surgery room. But that's kind of how I describe my experience. It just finished like that. Finished like that. It really does feel like 2 seconds. And again, I don't feel any pain. I just feel like I need to change the pad on my rear because I'm trying to keep it clean and sterile. I don't want to risk any infections. But I feel okay. No serious pain. Nothing. I'm sitting on a pillow. Later, I'll be eating dinner with my immediate family, waiting for my wife and my dad to get home from work. And I don't know what I'll be doing, but I don't feel tired. I might be staying up late. I really shouldn't be staying up late because I'm trying to really preserve my health and recovery. But I'm enjoying my medical vacation, my medical leave of absence. I don't want to come back to work Thursday because I don't want to be working 10 hours, 11 hours. Especially that I know Amazon Prime Day will be coming up. It's going to be busy. Always kind of giving me a little headache just thinking about it. I'm not a big fan of working strenuous labor. I want to make sure I'm really transparent on that, and I have communicated with all my heart and really have communicated this with strong effort and effectively that I'm trying to find a job in the anime industry, in the anime career field. Now let me get back to I'm really digressing. I need to get back on topic here. So the recovery room, quiet, peaceful, no crowd, no politics, no noise, just a space for reflection, watching crime shows like Forensic Files, flipping through TV channels while waiting for the anesthesia to fully wear off. As humorous as it sounds, the large bandage dressing felt like I was sporting my first pair of man diapers, quote, man diapers. But I wore it with pride because this wasn't just a bandage. It was a symbol of finally taking care of a problem I put off for far too long. So as humorous as it sounds, the large bandage dressing felt like I was sporting my first pair of men diapers. But I wore it with pride because this wasn't just a bandage, it was a symbol of finally taking care of a problem. Oh boy, that's it on. There you go. It's light. Oh boy. So okay. So it's like sporting a first pair of man diapers. But I wore it with pride because this wasn't just a bandage, it was a symbol of finally taking care of a problem I put off for far too long. Financially, it's a hurdle. My total bill came out to nearly $33,000 or 33 grand. That is without health insurance, without any form of insurance, health insurance. So thankfully, I do have health insurance, and I knew they will cost that much, and I knew I had been told by my immediate family about this that it will cost a lot of money out of pocket. But my total bill without health insurance came out to nearly 33 grand. But thankfully, with insurance, I'm responsible for just under $2,000, 2 grand, split into manageable monthly payment plan. Still, it's a heavy load for someone like me who isn't raking in six figures worth. But I'm not one to complain, or heavily one to complain. I'm the one to adapt. This experience made me appreciate the difference between necessities and wants. For sure, this really should be a pinnacle and the big point that I shared this on Facebook to the general public of Facebook and the internet when I update this profile picture. This experience made me appreciate the difference and seeing it open as an eye opener between necessities and wants. Medical care isn't optional; it's essential. It's a need. And now more than ever, I understand why insurance, W-4 job benefits, and financial planning matter. Why keeping a W-4 job, especially with its benefits, especially with health insurance provided, matters, and why it's important. Why my parents, my immediate family keep stressing for me to keep my current job, my current workplace at Amazon. While others may chase entertainment and instant gratification, I always want to say it's fairly important that I'm trying to be fair and transparent here. On the optimistic side, that having a W-4 job at least guarantees you a stable income, guarantee you those common benefits like 401k, health savings account, dental care, dental insurance, health insurance, vision care, Cobra, like those usual common benefits that comes with it. But you know, while others may chase entertainment and instant gratification, I've always leaned toward creative independence and productivity, whether it's through animation, modeling, cosplay, content creation, or storytelling. Oh, my brother-in-law shared something on the group chat between my wife and my brother-in-law here. Group chat between me at 6:43 p.m. Sharing a picture of a bunny. My wife loves cute animals like bunny, dogs, and cats, groundhogs, horse, deers, like cute pets and animals. That's a fact that you can say something about my wife there. She loves cute animals. Anyway, back to what I'm saying. So yeah, I'm not the one to complain, because of course I knew the medical bill will be expensive and will cost that much. It's a hospital, hard darn sake. Always overcharging people on purpose. Without insurance, nearly $33,000, 33 grands. But again, I appreciate it that I do have health insurance, and that's at least one thing I'm smart. Because otherwise, I really would not have been gone through this procedure. This was truly something I will say I'm not retarded. I'm not mentally retarded. I truly did plan this. That's why I went through it twice. The first time, I just really want to know what's going on and diagnose. I really didn't feel comfortable going through with the surgery the first time, but I really made up my mind yesterday, and I went through with it. I was prepared. I was ready. I had plans, and I had plans put into motion to go through with the surgery. So that says something about me being intelligent, smart, and showing that I am truly not retarded, as I say. So I mean, that's a solid proof there. This experience made me appreciate the difference between necessities and wants. I know I said this again, but I'll say it again anyway. Medical care isn't optional, it's essential. And now more than ever, I understand why insurance, W-4 job benefits, and financial planning matter. While others may chase entertainment and instant gratification, I always lean towards creative independence, autonomy, and productivity, whether it's through animation, modeling, cosplay, content creation, or storytelling. Not because it's glamorous, but because it gives me purpose, dignity, and a path forward. A clear goal in mind. As an independent, autonomous individual I am. This operation isn't just a medical moment, it's a milestone. A reset, a reminder that even through pain and cost, self-care is power. And every scar tells a story, one I'm proud to share. Hashtag Paul Sinus, hashtag cis, hashtag butt talk, hashtag healthy, hashtag health, or hashtag health awareness, hashtag Asian life, hashtag challenge, hashtag resolution, hashtag where there's a will, there's a way, hashtag awareness, hashtag put money where the mouth is, hashtag General Sunbeam, hashtag life goals. Let me check the group. Oh, one of my friend, Phil D. Win, have just messaged me at 6:39 p.m. Hey Ty, are you doing all right? Hope you are doing well. Well, I'll answer here on my live stream. I got your message here on Facebook Messenger, Phil. I'm doing all right. I'm doing well. I'm recovering from my post surgery since yesterday. No pain, no gain, no serious pain. I don't feel anything. You're seeing me right here on the camera. If you're watching this, Phil, and anyone else on my friend list watching, even outside of Facebook, don't double thumbs up, peace sign, doing great. Right now, I don't have any drink, no teas, empty Gatorade bottle. Oh man, oh, I gotta stand up because I should be sitting down for too long. That's what my doctor said. So, pardon me, gotta stand up, take my pillow, no disgusting content. Check my phone. Phone is at 100% at 6:47 p.m. Go ahead and charge. Go ahead and charge my phone. Be right back. Oh. Again, I'm a phony person. I am a phony person. That's right. Phony coder person. Got 3 phones that I own. 3 phones, my former wife's phone. I'm a phony person. Whew. Okay, so I gotta wash my face and wash my hands. Gotta stay hygienic. So again, Phil, I'm doing great. You were active 5 minutes ago. Phil D. Win. I read your messenger here on Facebook Messenger on the chat, instant chat. I'm doing all right, feeling great. No serious pain after my post surgery yesterday, and I'm just standing up, stretching my legs, and trying to stretch my upper body. Oh man, I feel all that little muscle soreness. Oh, my dad and my wife are at home. Yep, check on the app. My wife and my dad are home. So I'll be probably going to step away and eat dinner with my family. Want to be trying to provide that update. It's almost 7 p.m. Right now it's 6:50 p.m. It's almost 7 p.m. Took my wife and my dad to come home. That shouldn't really took my wife that long. It's usually an average of about 30 minutes, half an hour from work to home, from the city of Pflugerville to Austin. So yeah, I'm doing all right. 17 hours ago, I added a temporary profile picture. Blink of an eye, finished with the surgery procedure. I am surprised to feel that the time lapse and the time skip while I was induced on general anesthesia. General anesthesia. Wow, oh wow. First time for everything. Learning something new. And then I posted this 21 hours ago. I'll probably plan to delete this one. It was posted a picture of me drinking my tea and water at the dinner table. Drinking tea after dinner, after my first post-surgery procedure has been concluded. How do I feel? Feels normal and like going to my annual doctor checkup. Nothing big at all. I feel great and relieved to get rid of that annoying periodontal sinus cyst bump that I had since 2009 at the start of adolescence puberty. Yeah, getting old and being an adult sucked. Miss being young, but the real me say would be, well, it's against my control. Hey, hon, how you doing? I don't think your energy drink. You're a little bit tired. Okay. Yeah, the camera's on. Okay. Let me check the camera now. Oh, brother-in-law, your brother message on the group chat, post a picture of bunnies. And then a friend Phil messaged me. He said he's asking me if I'm doing all right. He hope everything's well, and I'm like, yeah, I'm doing all right. So anyway, the camera's off. My wife just got home and my dad got home. It's almost 7 p.m. as of now. I'm charging the other phone because oh yeah, I need to do my Bitcoin. My Bitcoin. Well, it's about to get dark. It's almost about to be nighttime. It's probably also gonna rain too. Well, it's a slight chance it will rain or something like that. Yeah. Oh, okay. Stand up. Time to sit. Yeah, go ahead. Let's take the charger. Oh, it's not charging. Okay. All right. Because I want to. So yeah, glad to feel good to have that feeling like being in middle school to sit down comfortably. Well, hopefully after I recover from the butt problem from my surgery yesterday. And I posted this yesterday at 6:27 p.m. Feeling relieved. Feels like being in a medical hotel for a brief moment before my procedure with those wristbands. I should call it medical con. Medical con. Audience laughter. The pad on my rear feels like wearing men diapers, or as if I've had a period, because you know in the blood and all that comes leaking. You have to put the pad on to cover it. It feels really weird. Yo, yeah, the pad on my rear, on my buttocks, feels like wearing men diapers, and it's hard to go use the restroom, and it's hard to sleep. Having sleep on my side or sleep on my belly, it feels uncomfortable. And it's hard to take a shower too. because I don't want to feel like removing that pad because I don't have any other pads to replace it. And I just feel like it could keep on bleeding because I don't know how deep that they did the surgery or all that. But yeah, glad to honor my words and went through with getting rid of the periodontal sinus, that butt problem I've been having for years, for nearly a decade, precisely 15 years. I'll be honest, glad to have the peace and quiet having the medical ward room to myself while I was watching television. Such a SpongeBob, Nickelodeon. I watched like crime TV, like Forensic File, news, CNN, Fox News. I watched that too. I watched various channels, and having the medical ward room to myself, away from distractions and politics from of other racketing nuisance. I like having a room to myself and having some moment of silence and peace and quiet. I was watching Forensic Files and checking out channels on television. Not a huge fan of blood and graphic content. I want to make that clear. I'm not a fan of horror movies either, or hospital scenes. And again, horror genres, that's for sure. Going to have to work extra hard to pay off my medical bills now. Now that is a necessity against a want, but almost non-critical emergency at the same time, because I'm putting it off for 15 years of that butt problem. So I share this, and yeah, I share all that, fall risk, those 3 wristbands I'm still wearing right now. Let me see if I'm still on camera. Oh man. There you go. See that? I'm sharing, here's my wristband right there. You go, that's right, medical con. Fall risk. This one has my last name, first name, date of birth, age, and sex. MR number. Well, let me see if I have my birthday on my profile. It doesn't. Well, I joined. It didn't. No, it doesn't show my birthday on there. But it shows I went to my high school and I'm married. And it shows joined August 2012. So I've been having Facebook for nearly a decade. Currently followed by 48 people. All my other social platforms are on there. But so there's my wristband, medical con. Shows all the information. Shows the proof right here. The wristband. And the blood work here, got this little tourniquet band here on my elbow side. And I'm not going to show my pads on my buttocks. I'm sure you don't need to see that. Facebook and anyone showing, you don't need to see all that. I'm not going to go into excruciating details because Facebook policy, terms of service. Alright, it's already almost 17. Dang, time go by so fast, and I really haven't been checking on my phone because I like to do Bitcoin stuff. I'm trying to make pennies here, especially if I have to pay almost $2,000 for the medical bill. And if it wasn't without insurance, I would be paying about $33,000. That's the money I don't have. It will take about 3 years if I have to work 60 hours overtime to pay that off, with paycheck to paycheck. Now, I'm going to say this, feeling motivated 22 hours ago. It was shared on Facebook, on my personal Facebook. I am committed to developing my mental resilience to effectively counter haters, trolls, and discriminatory individuals who alienate certain groups of people without feeling emotionally sensitive. To enhance my ability to handle such situations, I intend to document incidents by taking screenshots or snapshots on my phone and sharing them on multiple AI platforms like ChatGPT. I will then prepare a concise speech for live streaming, like what I'm doing right now, live streaming, publicly denouncing their actions, calling them out in a clear and formal manner, exercising constructive criticism in a civilized, societal manner. It is essential to address these issues openly, adopting a proactive approach that I term vocal without apology, inspired by Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood's approach. I aim to cultivate courage and enhance my documentation skills, acknowledging that in today's digital landscape, privacy is increasingly compromised. Well, that's the internet for you, the wrath of the internet. In today's digital landscape, privacy is increasingly compromised. Unfortunately, individuals hiding behind anonymity and alias often express malicious thoughts, undermining one's reputation. It is alarming how some individuals assume the role of vigilante police, or assume the role of vigilante police in a aggressive manner, in a rude, in a cruel way, gathering evidence to probably accuse them, or falsely accuse them, playing a cancel culture game, accuse others of wrongdoing without due process. I am aware that some individuals may be monitoring my activities, saving information that could be used against me in the future. However, I have made a solemn commitment to uphold the law and act with integrity, confident to uphold the law and act with integrity, confident in my ability to distinguish right from wrong. I guarantee you that I am not the person to prosecute, as I am not physically a danger to others on a larger scale. I am not a firearm owner, nor a knife/sword owner. I don't watch realistic horror, thriller, slasher, graphic movies, nor participate in nuisance, childish pranks. I am not a super destructive person. I guarantee you that I treat people the same way I want to be treated, and would avoid that person if I had politely told them no multiple times. And that's the memo. I was sharing this picture, this YouTube link on youtube.com, the pissed off cop at war with 4chan. This is from Wavy Webster, 4chan Trolls, Jailed 6 by the Volusia County Sheriff, Mike Chitwood. Anyway, I just received a text. I'll step out and eat dinner. Might as well charge the other phone. I'll be right back. Facebook. I will definitely leave the live stream camera rolling and turn off the camera, hide the cameras. Of course, hopefully I'll just play a background YouTube documentary from Wavy Webster.
I'd like to introduce you to Sheriff Mike Chitwood. This is the cop at war with 4chan. You'll hear the rhetoric, oh, it's Christian, oh, it's this, oh, it's that. It's not. Now, these clown groups want to shut my good mouth and put a bullet in the back of my head. Go for it. I'm Bruce County Sheriff Mike Chitwood. Welcome to Florida. After being targeted by death threats posted to 4chan, Sheriff Chitwood made it his mission to shut down some of the site's most spiteful trolls, arresting 4chan users time after time again. And the arrest is coming. He advised that he did make the post about wanting to just keep Chitwood online at the 4chan chat, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Who is Sheriff Mike Chitwood, and what unsavory acts were the 4chan users engaging in that started the war between him and 4chan in the first place? This is the story behind 4chan's most hated guy. And speaking of war, I'd like to thank Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus for sponsoring today's video. Set in the distant future and chaotic universe of Warhammer 40,000, Tacticus is a turn-based strategy game that has you teaming up with iconic champions from across Warhammer and defeating foes across the galaxy. If you're a fan of CRPG-style combat where you hand-select your party, level them up, and methodically take out foes using strategy, field position, and knowledge of enemy units, this is the game for you. In Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus, map buffs like elevation maybe when he walked through it. All this makes for an extremely satisfying gameplay loop where as you get better and more situationally aware of what's going on, you're able to wrangle enemies up and position them in a way where your attacks and turns can deal massive damage. In tactics, you can fight with or against enemy players in high-stakes battles. They've got both PvE and PvP modes, and the developers are constantly turning out new content, new events, new challenges, and more. And with an average rating of 4.5 across app stores, Tacticus is well liked by fans. You can hop into Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus by scanning the QR code or going to the link in the description. And use code HELLOMAR to get 2,000 gold and 50 Blackstone to start playing.
So we're going to start doing Monday. Parents, you don't want to raise your kids. I'm going to start raising them. Every time we make an arrest, your kid's photo is going to be put out there. And if I can do it, I'm going to perp walk this kid.
Born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, on November 30th, 1963, Mike Chitwood is the son of a decorated police officer. As a teenager, Mike expressed that he had no desire to follow in the footsteps of his father professionally, but as he grew older, the man's sentiments apparently changed.
Got married at a young age, had a couple kids right away, and all of a sudden, the family business didn't look like such a bad way to do things, to have to do it.
Beginning his career in Philadelphia, Mike eventually moved to the Daytona, Florida area. The community there liked him so much, they voted him as sheriff of the city, and later, the entirety of Volusia County itself, which is what his current role is. Mike Chitwood, Volusia County's no-nonsense chief law enforcement.
I ended up being the police chief, which I never thought the world would happen. Here I am now. About to take over as sheriff of county of Rhode Island.
The man took an aggressive stance against criminals, calling them scumbags and calling crimes out publicly as part of his scumbag of the week policy. Not only that, he also criticized high-ranking local government officials if he felt like they were interfering with his ability to keep the community safe.
That's what you got to do. When people that are interested in one thing, claim power. That's a sad.
Mike wasn't the type to back down from anyone, no matter their rank or stature. He simply didn't tolerate nonsense. Difficult for him to explain.
You don't like the fact that we're exactly the same person, or a switch from a school to a down to a
The day of being a warrior, that's man. Sure, he caught plenty of flack and criticism at times, but no one could deny Mike's methods were effective. And this year's dedication to shielding the people of Volusia County from criminals was admirable.
Do you have an idea of what happened?
And we soon find this protection extended threats of crime as well. This is where 4chan begins to come into the fold, when a hate group attempts to smear his rhetoric into the Daytona area. Mike Chitwood enters the arena, inadvertently kicking off a digital war that seeps into the real world. This battle all began when a mostly online anti-Semitic group known as the Neurotype started targeting the Daytona, Florida area. This group collected anti-Semitic neo-Nazis, conspiracy theorists, and edgy internet trolls that use the web and fan sites like 4chan to mobilize. Their message from California in 2022. There had been a lot of resistance by state officials and ADL just many restrictions arriving. This would all come to a head when the ADL started on February 18th, 2023, an event taking place very much so in Mike Whitworth's jurisdiction. Oh my God. $8 million a year? You look like a horse. You look like a Jewish horse. Look at the horse face on the field. The CDL would orchestrate their anti-Semitic attacks. They invaded the Daytona 500 and deployed portable projectors that displayed hateful anti-Jewish messages right on the side of the Daytona International. The group also invaded the greater city of Daytona and surrounding planted anti-Semitic banners that traveled to the local Jewish areas of Volusia County, leading to hateful flyers that said things like, quote, Henry Ford was right about the Jews, and Hitler was right. As soon as the action became known to the public, Sheriff Mike Whitworth was already on top of it. He began working with DeviantArt to help identify those that were plotting to really and held a press conference, calling the GDL a bunch of scumbags and expressed the by everyone in the county against them. And the reason behind this press conference today is when you're trying to crush a radical group of cowardly scumbags, beauty and sunshine destroy it. Actually, this approach put Mike right in the crosshairs of GDL members. Almost immediately, he started to see death threats to anonymous messages sent to him. There were people saying, oh, there's a dog there. Put something illegal on his computer. Right? In the face of all this, he didn't flinch. He would specifically call out the CDL and their 4chan posters. Notably was what calls for someone to put a bullet in the back of his head. They try to besmirch your character. They try to put death threats out on you, threaten you and your family. Well, I wear that as a badge of honor because I, too, by these clown group, want to shut my big mouth and put a bullet in the back of my head. Go for it. That's my message to you. Go for it. You want to try to get into my computer and play child control with a group of people that have an IQ of 12? Go for it. I challenge you. Go for it. You want to put surveillance on me 24 hours? Go for it. And the best of all, you're going to dox me and make me unelectable? Go for it. I'm honored to be on your hit list. It's an honor to be sought after by a bunch of punk thugs like you. Also important to note, not only was Shitwood in full support of the local Jewish community here, during the press conference, he brought leaders of all religious denominations up on stage in an effort to form a bond of Christian, Jewish, Muslim, and more so that Mike made a bold statement claiming they were going to stand together against hate and would not tolerate people like the GDL and their Christianity. All this talk, somebody is sitting in their garage, being indoctrinated, who's going to be the next active shooter based on this, based on what they're putting out there. I don't think they got the guts to pull the trigger themselves, but they know there's somebody out there that will do their bidding. That's why it's important to show the community. After this press conference, he came to fight with them in their home turf, the internet, making posts referring to people as scumbag white supremacists. Here's more reports of scumbag white supremacists harassing people in our county. I want to make it clear that my experience with these wrong places to spread their hate. I would use every legal measure in my power to crush these anti-Semitic racist power. I hope you can see this. controls down, and as soon as a domino effect was initiated, more were likely to fall and home. In fact, he told the media shortly after the preview for that there were at least 6 or 7 more investigations going on regarding other individuals posted to 4chan, and it wouldn't be long before another was exposed and arrested. Christian Zapata. 43-year-old Christian Zapata posted a thread to 4chan on April 7th of 2023, writing, "I will kill Chipwood, mark my words." The post was flagged by the Central Florida Intelligence Agency in order to conduct a further investigation. Authorities then traced the post to Zapata's sister's house, where she lived along with Christian, her fiance, and her 3-year-old son. When confronted, just like the others, Christian was bold and admitted to the authorities that he was the publisher of the post and even told them that he had heard about the recent events in Florida. The man also expressed his surprise that the others who had been arrested, saying that their statements were protected by the First Amendment. Officers interviewed Christian's sister. They claimed the woman said Christian often spent time in chat rooms talking to anonymous people. The contents of these discussions revolving around conspiracy theories and white supremacist ideology. The cops also claimed the sister told them Christian had a deep fascination with Adolf Hitler and may have had a mental illness. Zapata was arrested on April 19th of 2023 by the Shelton Police Department and was charged with written threat to kill. As news hit the media regarding this case, Zapata's sister began singing a different tune towards the public, claiming that she was taken out of context by the police when giving her initial statement. She told media outlets that Christian wasn't in fact a white supremacist and is of Hispanic ancestry, but identifies as white due to also having European ancestry. She also said that he loved learning about other cultures, and most of the conspiracy theories involve things like Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster. She also tried to clarify that the Hitler comment was taken out of context. She said the man, quote, never ever in his life mentioned to me about Hitler or liking him, quote. Once again, as I said to the officer, my brother is not part of any hate or white supremacist group. He's not obsessed with Adolf Hitler. He has no Nazi views. He's just a kid who made a wrong decision. Law enforcement tricked me into making it seem like my brother is some sort of criminal. I had told the officer that Christian didn't suffer from a mental illness. Instead, that he was a strange, socially awkward kid. I repeated multiple times to the officer. Not once did they mention any of this was used against us. It's just that my brother had heard about what's going on in Florida and believing in the First Amendment, he posted something he regretted instantly. He's a great kid with no record. In an affidavit, Christian Zapata denied being a part of any hate groups or owning any weapons. Later on May 4th, 2023, Zapata was extradited to Florida and was charged with written threats to kill or do bodily harm. While many of these threats were issued within the United States, there was in fact one threat found that belonged to someone outside of the U.S., all the way up in Canada. But Sheriff Mike Chitwood's jurisdiction apparently is worldwide. Tony Stromberg. This particular individual had gone beyond 4chan posting, going to Twitter to make the threat, and even went as far as to send emails and make phone calls to the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. And these emails Tony went by the alias Condor Calabasas, and was threatening to murder Mike Chitwood. In a follow-up email in March of 2023, Tony, aka Condor, would write that he was disappointed in the lack of attention he was receiving. He had made all of these threats that he claimed were much more credible than anyone else, and not one police car, let alone the FBI, had pulled up on him. But Airport, the Amway Center in Orlando, the Daytona Beach International Speedway, and the Volusia County Courthouse in DeLand. This wouldn't be his only threat. On November 8, 2019, Russell would be caught making threats via mail that he planned on buying an Austrian sniper rifle after he got out of jail and taking that along with 20 propane tanks, a blowtorch, and gasoline to bomb the FBI building in Jacksonville. Then a few days later, on the 12th of that month, he sent another letter threatening to burn several high schools. For all of this, he pled no contest for 2 counts of written threats to kill black Sunday mass shooting. He was placed on 5-year probation and forced to undergo mental health evaluation. For all of these actions, Sheriff Mike Chitwood was condemned, calling him a monster, and this didn't sit well with the delinquent. After Russell found himself in jail again due to trespassing on a construction site where he had reportedly attempted suicide, he began to blame Sheriff Chitwood for his woes. And when he found out that the sheriff was in the news for the threats that he was getting, Russell decided to add his name to the list. In July of 2023, Russell would write a letter threatening to run Mike Chitwood over with a car. And if that didn't kill him, he also stated that he would beat him to death and burn his body with napalm. In the letter, he also threatened President Joe Biden and Governor Ron DeSantis. But Chitwood didn't take these threats very seriously. I'm aware of it. He wants to kill people, but he's just sitting in jail. He obviously has a problem. Russell would be charged on July 3rd, 2023 with threats to kill or do bodily harm to another person, threatening to discharge a destructive device by using a bomb, and written threats to carry out a mass shooting or terrorist act. So far, that's 5 people Chitwood had arrested, but I gotta say I think the 6th might be the most interesting. You see, Chitwood's point of all of this was to prove that these people behind the computer screen issuing these threats were nothing to actually be afraid of. They were all a bunch of pussies, he thought. He believed they got all their power from anonymity, and once he took the mask off, he revealed how truly pathetic these guys were. That being said, though, there was one of these threat issuers that may have actually been a lot more dangerous than those mentioned previously. An individual who was already in jail for an alleged double homicide, Joshua Wall. Joshua Wall of Gillingham, Alaska, had been posting threats on 4chan since 2019. Many of these posts were anti-Semitic and included threats where he posted a photo of a bomb. He also posted videos of him and his friends using high-powered lasers as weapons to blind law enforcement. After Chitwood hit the news for taking a stand against anti-Semitism, Wall began threatening Mike Chitwood on 4chan in April of 2023. He also emailed Chitwood and included descriptions of the weapons that he owned and published videos of him burning photos of Chitwood with laser pointers. This video, which is part of the evidence listed in the USDA's office indictment against Wall, shows him supposedly using a laser to burn a picture of Chitwood. After Chitwood's press conference, Wall made threats on 4chan under the username LaserAnon, writing, "Until you get the balls to arrest me in real life, I'll still be here. Kill Chitwood in real life. Shoot him in the fucking head with an overpressured 10mm round. Come and do something about it, said boys." And on March 31st, 2023, Wall allegedly emailed Chitwood stating, "I just wanted to thank you. Your toothless threats to arrest me for the last 3 weeks have woken me from my funk. Did you know that a laser like this can get hotter than the sun very fast? You have inspired me to continue my work. So now I'm sitting here, armed to the teeth with binary explosives, 37mm launchers, lasers that blind for life, in 1/15th of a second, and anti-level 4 tungsten-tipped ammo with weapons with binary triggers, and it's all because of your threat towards me in the last 3 weeks. Thank you for reigniting my passion." The threats continued until around July of 2023 when they suddenly just stopped. On September 25th, 2023, documents were unsealed that revealed that authorities were able to trace the threats back to Joshua Wall in Alaska, and he was indicted by a grand jury for the crimes of cyber-stalking and transmitting threats in an interstate commerce. Regarding his threats against Chitwood, charges were 1 count of cyber-stalking and 4 counts of transmitting threats in interstate commerce. However, extradition would not be possible at the time. It seems authorities had figured out why these threats suddenly stopped in July, and that was because Wall was already in jail for being the suspect in an unrelated double murder. On obvious connection to what the officers believed was the murder weapon, Wall was arrested on first and second-degree murder charges. Later, Josh's lawyer would claim that his defendant was at the store when the crime took place, and that the gun in question had actually belonged to one of the victims. But when Chitwood's investigation against Wall began, they found that the weapon Wall was using in videos to threaten Chitwood was the same exact weapon that was found on the site of the double murder.
The murder weapon is the same weapon that he was sending the pictures of, telling me what a crap guy he was, and I'll never hear it coming, and you gotta be looking over your shoulder.
At this time, Joshua Wall is still facing murder charges while he awaits trial. And after that, he will have to face federal charges stemming from his threats against Sheriff Mike Chitwood.
And with that arrest, Mike's war against the online hate space would cool down. But I don't think it's over for good after that. So what's happening with Mike Chitwood now? Mike continues to pursue criminals both online and offline, and it doesn't look like he's stopping anytime soon.
He continued to fight back against 4chan, posting publicly about groups that were threatening to infiltrate the Daytona area again. Lately, Mike's taken things to a whole new level, even going after an 11-year-old kid. This child threatened to shoot up his school, and Mike's not buying any excuses given from him or the parents, saying juvenile protections don't cover you when you're tossing around serious threats like this.
Every time we make an arrest, your kid's photo is going to be put out there. And if I can do it, I'm going to perp walk your kid so that everybody can see what your kid's up to. Is there any way legally that I can sue those families to recoup the cost of what their failure to be a good parent is all about? And that's what this comes down to.
Whatever the case, Mike Chitwood is still very much beloved by his community. To exemplify this, well, in November 2024, Chitwood won re-election to be sheriff in a landslide. I cannot tell you how humbled I am that over 80% of this county has put me back in office and gave us a vote of confidence as your sheriff and as an organization. The next 4 years are going to be supercharged. My passion and energy is to protect this community, fight for this community, and serve this community to the best of my ability. In February, Chitwood announced that he's working alongside President Donald Trump to implement illegal immigration crackdowns in the Daytona area. Chitwood continues to be aggressive, eccentric, and unafraid to speak his mind. And it's unlikely that his war against 4chan will be ending anytime soon. I'd be curious to know if some of you started off this video thinking the man overreacted for going after some of the posters who commented about him online. After hearing what they said and their backgrounds, I'd be curious to know if you still feel the same way regarding Chitwood's actions. Regardless, that was the story of Mike Chitwood and the war with 4chan.
I'd like to again thank Warhammer 40,000 Tacticus for sponsoring today's video. Make sure you check out the QR code or check out that link in the description to play.
And well, you made it to the end. Let me know what you guys thought about the video down below in the comment section, and let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate you guys. Wait, you West Coast out. Peace.
weather. In 2012, Patrick Machoni and his eventual victim, Kristen Pratt, first began interacting in 2008 after Kristen got responded to a random friend request sent by Matt. At the time, Kristen was attending the University of Central Florida, and Patrick messaged her claiming that he once taken a class together with her in college. While Kristen remembered Patrick, she did go back and forth with him for a couple of messages, even later citing that Patrick seemed like a pretty nice guy. Email me today. It's up to you now. Save your own life. And it wouldn't take long for the truly depraved nature of this individual to become apparent. Patrick Machoni was an aggressive stalker who used Facebook and YouTube to perpetrate harassment. And Kristen Pratt of Florida was both his obsession and victim. Despite Kristen not wanting much of an interaction beyond that first back and forth about them apparently being classmates, Patrick continued to incessantly message her. The man made obvious romantic advances towards the woman that she would ignore, and after being ignored, he would grow extremely aggressive. While most would move on after rejection, Patrick was a mentally unstable individual that fixated on any woman that showed his attention. And Kristen responding to his initial message was enough for him to think that he had a chance with this girl. Disturbing messages full-on harassment videos being sent to Kristen. Patrick would send these threatening video messages via YouTube. So want me for a like, Kristen Pratt? That's a very, very unwise decision. Don't make me do something stupid. You're still playing games. All I'm asking. So let me know for 1 month. You can't keep ignoring me. You can't. In addition to these videos, Patrick would incessantly call people upwards of 20 times a day. Patrick had become obsessed with the delusional idea that he could perhaps win this woman over and they could move away and live on some remote when in all reality, Kristen hadn't reciprocated any messages with this guy outside of like the first 3 minutes of them talking back and forth on Facebook when he asked if they went to class together. And this stalking had gone on for months and eventually would evolve into over a year. Patrick would frequently get sexual in his harassment, making it clear that he wanted to see her naked, and once stated that if he saw her naked, it would help him stop thinking about death. I don't know if I can hold it, just have me stand there naked, and that would be the best thing that you could think of. If people from thinking about death, or at least think about it. YouTube messages sent from Patrick at the time showcased the man's bravery. Sorry, Kristen, I've done too much. I try harder than the other guy. I want to tie your wrists together, secure your arms above your head, blindfold you. The man would even send veiled threats on Twitter. Quote, suck you now to save your life. I have no option. As these messages began escalating to near constant threats, he would reach out to authorities hoping someone could intervene in this matter. However, initially, police provided little assistance, stating that because Patrick had gone after her physically or showed up to a workplace or residence, that he posed no imminent threat. With no intervention from law enforcement, the cyber stalking intensified. As Patrick continued to send YouTube videos to Kristen in which he would describe specific quit wasting my time. Quit reading a time like a person. Anyone who stands in my way will be guilty of treason. And eventually his harassment would get physical with the man showing up at her work. At one point, Patrick would videotape himself in front of Kristen's workplace and even briefly chased her car on camera, the woman not even realizing the person filming was Patrick. She would later be made aware of this video and might have finally able to get the attention of authorities and was granted an injunction by the courts against Patrick. This injunction essentially a restraining order commanding the man to stop contact. However, unsurprisingly, this threat of legal punishment didn't stop Patrick's unwanted advances. He fully ignored the court injunction. Patrick had grown convinced that being with Kristen was insane, and he used his delusional beliefs to personally justify breaking the legal barriers that Kristen had tried to set up to avoid him. He repeatedly ignored and continued to show up to her workplace. The man escalated things further, showing up to her college campus as well. Kristen was so desperate
coming when a police officer caught Patrick stalking her red man. This officer stopped the search Patrick after the man was engaged in while searching Patrick's backpack. The officer was likely to find some sort of paraphernalia with stolen goods, but instead he found pornography, condoms, and a video camcorder. Further inspection of this camcorder revealed some of the horrific stalking videos that Patrick had been creating and sending to prison.
Please just listen to me and let me be nice. We need to talk face to face.
Camera also contained newer unreleased videos that had been recorded outside of Christian's workplace. These videos concerned the officer, who then looked up Patrick's name in state databases. When the officer searched Patrick's records, he discovered that the man had been served in Junction and had police reports associated with his name related to stalking prison. This officer was convinced that if something wasn't done immediately about Patrick's stalking behavior, he was going to be first prison. So the police then would present his findings to the state attorney, who would then work on getting a warrant for the man's arrest on account of his stalking behavior and violations of his previous injunction. Finally, Patrick Machoni, who was 24 years old at the time, was eventually arrested in 2011 for his harassment of Kristen Pratt. During court, Kristen testified against the harasser, confronting her cyber stalker face to face, testifying to the court that in her view, Patrick was an unrelenting psychopath who wouldn't stop unless he was locked up. Patrick's defense argued that the man was overcome with mental illness during his stalking spree and blamed his actions on untreated psychiatric issues. Patrick himself would address the court and apologize for his behavior, claiming that he did remember making any of the disturbing communications issues to his victim. The man would later be found guilty. State prosecutors receiving a 15-year sentence, arguing that Patrick was a danger to society and it would be a benefit to the public if the man was locked up for as long as possible. However, the state was only able to get a fraction of the time they requested. In 2012, Patrick Machoni was eventually sentenced to serve 4 years in prison after being convicted and found guilty of cyberstalking. His lesser sentence resulted from his taking a plea deal. Patrick would spend a total of 2 years in prison and was released early in 2013. As a part of his sentence, Patrick was reported to his probation and his and he was prohibited from ever contacting Christian Pratt. It appears this punishment has kept Patrick from stalking other victims online. As for Christian, she has spoken out on many occasions regarding Patrick's harassment, earthquaking, she's now constructed online stalking to be for one's life. That is the story of Patrick Machoni. Our next story details an unsettling online true crime controversy involving a man who uploaded a disturbing video to YouTube, a video that led many to believe that the uploader was an at-large serial killer or kidnapper. This is the story of Mr. 112 Dirtbag. To understand the story of Dirtbag, you must become familiarized with the disappearance of Maura Murray. Maura Murray was a 21-year-old university actress from Kansas, Massachusetts. The peculiar circumstances leading to this young woman's disappearance began on Saturday, February 7th, 2004. On this evening, Maura had borrowed her father's Toyota Corolla to attend a college party at around 3:30 a.m. while on her way back from the party to the hotel her father, Fred Murray, was staying at. Maura lost control and struck a guardrail on Route 9 in Avery, Massachusetts. While the vehicle was seriously damaged in the collision, fortunately, Maura was unharmed. The car would be towed, and Maura was given a ride back to her dorm at the university. Her father, Fred, who was found visiting, unfortunately had to filed the call for stay, and he tasked his daughter with handling the insurance documentation on the crashed vehicle. At 11:30 p.m. Sunday night, Fred called his daughter to remind her to obtain accident forms from the ensured that she was okay and had called roadside assistance to get her out of the mess. The motorist reportedly observed the woman not being injured or having any visible bleeding or anything like that and just kind of took her word on it. The Good Samaritan then returned to their vehicle and headed home, but later reported the accident to emergency services. However, when law enforcement would eventually arrive tomorrow, what was found? Upon search of the scene, they found the car and a fast case of wine was in the back seat. All of her belongings were also inside the car, except for her cell phone, a credit card, and a debit card. Officers extensively searched the area of the crash site for Mara, but couldn't find any trace of her except for a rag that was believed to have been part of Mara's roadside emergency kit. That rag was curiously found stuffed into her vehicle's muffler pipe. Police would trace the vehicle back to Mara, and when questioning the family, they discovered the emails that Mara had made to her professor, and they confirmed with the family that there had in fact been a death in the family, and she had made up this ruse for whatever reason. The situation was immediately considered a missing persons case, and authorities believed that Mara was on her own volition, given the evidence they discovered in the emails and the appearance of meticulous planning that went into her disappearance. And there were no apparent signs of foul play at hand. As weeks went by without Mara being found, her family began to speak out to the press. In a famous interview, Mara's father would go on to say that she might have been, quote, taken by a local dirtbag. The disappearance of Mara Murray is considered by some to be the first true crime mystery of the social media age, as early true crime websites like Livestream got their first big pop of visitors documenting Mara's disappearance. Many MySpace accounts dedicated to solving the mystery were created as well, with the whole topic becoming a sort of viral online news. But unfortunately, even the collective power of the internet was dragged its day. After years of searching to no avail, and her credits and debit cards never showing any signs of usage, the case was transferred to the New Hampshire Cold Case Division and was treated as a suspicious missing persons case and continues to be a complete mystery. Her disappearance made little sense, and many theories were thrown around in an effort to explain it. Some thought that Mara may have intended to walk to her destination on foot, but got lost in the process. Keep in mind, there was alcohol in the vehicle. Others had more sinister explanations, believing that Mara was kidnapped by an opportunistic killer traveling the road. Whatever the case, nobody can provide any solid evidence that can prove it. However, almost Mara Murray, a YouTube video would be uploaded to the site. A video that convinced thousands that Mara had been kidnapped, possibly even murdered by a serial killer. And this man was still at large. On February just about 24 hours after being published. However, James Renner, an investigative journalist, true crime enthusiast, and filmmaker, managed to archive videos found on Dirtbag's channel. And it turns out Dirtbag's video of him laughing hysterically wasn't the only disturbing piece of content that seemingly was alluded to him being associated with the disappearance of Laura Murray. One such archived video was a piece of content uploaded by Dirtbag, which was titled Laura Murray. This video features skills to showcase a sea bass view from the Brett Lake Mountain Resort, which is located on Route 302 in Brentfield, Mansion, about an hour away from where Laura vanished. The date on the ticket showcased in Dirtbag's video shows that the ticket was purchased on February 11th of 2004, just days after Mara had been reported missing. James Renner, who became one of the most prominent true crime figures to follow the Dirtbag story, suspected that this man may be linked to the disappearance or even murder of Mara Murray, and this was a sentiment shared by many online at the time. As online chatter surrounding Dirtbag grew to a roar, the man was to upload more bizarrely scripted videos, one of which featured the grotesque image of a man's face next to a set of numbers and a shape that vaguely resembled the letter Z. Those who felt that Dirtbag was responsible for Mara's disappearance argued that this image resembled the map of the Brentwood ski resort, and was a cipher of sorts which, when solved, would reveal the location of Mara's body. Around this time, Dirtbag would also post videos that seemingly didn't have anything to do with Mara, which were just him playing the electric piano. But then following these videos, he would upload something that contained imagery like this, and only fueled further speculation of him being a killer or kidnapper of sorts. Eventually, Mr. 112 Dirtbag's videos would be reviewed by the New Hampshire Attorney General's office. Authorities would perform a rigorous investigation into Dirtbag's content to see if there was any proof to this deranged uploader being responsible for Mara's disappearance. And to the disappointment of anyone who was seeking closure in regard to this story, it was determined that Mr. 112 Dirtbag was a phony, and his laughing video essentially a hoax. According to a report from James
That's funny. Oh, I have lag. Whoa! What? I have lag. Oh my god. Dude. Oh. Oh my. one full 10.
Okay.
I got it for him! Oh my god! He passed me because he fucking had. Oh my god! I got it for him! What? Candace.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice. Ooh, I got it for him. What? Bro. Dude, I got it for him. Wow. It wasn't much. It wasn't much time on. Oh, Fried chicken, but
He ended up doing roughly 1,000. His arrests included possession of heroin, cocaine, and unloaded acne, and all found in the car after the stop was then court ordered led to the filing of conviction. In 1997, trespass convictions while under the influence and body that added more legal issues to the record, despite multiple rehab attempts. His parole was completed in 2002. He turned his career around after that, and he was one of the greatest conductor monsters at parole as ever. For those who recognize art as public art when he was 16, he sold struck together in 5 one thing that lost sight of one off though later Baldwin was a part of it. He was before that, he'd always been involved in built bombs, scout racial threats, and used school children. He also formed a group known for violent around the neighborhood. In later years, he filed for a pardon, which sparked many controversies. top 1.4 pounds, he was usually something provided like he also goes to that our business that year federal prison. He served years in 4 months in federal corrections so that role to one. At the time, federal sentencing guidelines were unlawful, especially back. He's arrested and circulated widely in office by organizations Dan Stretton. He was in and out of control detention throughout his and ended up in multiple California prison conditions, including San Quentin, Soledad, and Tulsa. His longest sentence came after the drug deal went wrong and led to charges of assault and drug theft. At one point, he faced that sentence for alleged local law drug compliance, but his charges were dropped back evidence. Kratos then brought to the evidence for the bars until they credited the 12-step program and boxing parts. While inside, he won lightweight and welterweight boxing medicine after his and drug testing, later led to the acne at 1 7. Supported Republican now. His criminal record against Wattpad charges that that have for legal full started in 2007, but arrested as a former right-wing that she spent just 8 months in jail after his arrest for overcrowding. 2010, violent donation by missing alcohol and drink classes. Undergoing 14 years in overcrowding, followed by that same year, she was photographed with a video of the report to be major media backlash. In 2011, she was sentenced again with violent probation. She served 35 days as arrest. Across multiple years, she faced over a dozen legal that demanded probation violations. She never served long term process. Her record remains one of the most heavily scrutinized celebrity rappers in the last decade. Charlie Sheen, in December 2009, was arrested in Aspen, Colorado after his wife reported he had assaulted her. He was charged with felony medicine, third-degree assault, and criminal conviction. He spent part of his criminal justice law. In August 2010, he was assault avoided guilt. Instead, he was sentenced to 30 days of 30 probation, 36 hours. Prior to that, he had a long history of probation. He's also named several lawsuits as working violence and threats. Despite the multiple charges of arrests and never his legal record reflects lawsuits charges of settlement. In September 2006, Zatch driving blood alcohol level was 0.0. She pleaded no contest. Alcohol in early 2007, top driving violated she was pulled over in February for driving without valid license. In May 2007, the subject was 4 times in jail after serving only but he was going to back in jail. He completed one the final for jail time later admitted scared and scared claimed corrected the time violation probation. In 2004, he was convicted on 4 felony obstruction of justice and making false statements that were investigated. The case involved the sale of 4,000 shares of stock, which he sold in 2001 based on non-public prosecutors argued she lied about the sale of stock. She was not charged with the fact that herself with the public she served her time at the federal prison all this starting on the 4 after 5 months of confinement. During that time, she was basically was a high profile that appreciated Shy Oliver. His arrest spanned over a decade, including 2005 when he was charged with assault and deadly weapons. While he served Doug and the Congress had long concentration, his record reflects struggle with self-control. Christmas later, the United States Army was arrested for drunk driving, assault after San Andres, the officer. He was sent to Texas. In 1994, he was arrested again by a board of firearms. He was serving his most serious arrest in 1997. He was charged with assault and battery after allegedly programs while everything was killed. He was sent to the United States jail and did over 1 year. He served 8 years on the bars in Los Angeles and sent to jail. Later called for a contact call and credited as well as jail. Though his legal issues with all that was fun, those activities took down his reputation for office and step with it to much things. In 1998, he sent 6 months ago after the no contest in 2000 against Anthony Anderson. The charges followed a assaulted her while she held her. He served 4 months in Los Angeles County Jail. That wasn't his first conviction. In 1998, he also faced lawsuits for alleged sexual violence. So criminal charges were filed. Back in 1997, he was sued after the child birthday party and in 2001, he served a jail sentence for violating the victim's right to alcohol. He's had repeated violations of the law and while none of these rights belong to him, his criminal history, violence, and civil settlements have followed public violence over centuries. December 2001, selected a federal bill to confiscate over $5,000 worth of merchandise from staff to average items violent deception. Surveillance footage shows that the pads and supplements in the bag. She's also found carrying prescription drugs without valid prescription on the trail that accident. In 2008, she was convicted of vandalism club that did the concert. She was sentenced to probation, 450 hours over $10,000 fines in the third bill. The default on the state of election that were the case severely impacted the writer later affected John Roller. December 2004 was elected after DeviantArt called the police during the demonstration. They admitted that she declined to press charges for fraud. In July 2008, Roller was arrested outside of all for along with acting weapon rights for 5 police responded to the call from out Roller that's also involved in separate arbitration about while none of the arrests had real conviction, they brought to the passion of alcohol. These things spoke about working for trouble with the as a boy in 1987, he faced jail for assault with extra and the set of a fiddle. He served 33 years in Los Angeles jail. He has been called as a progressive lawyer on law, doing multiple physical altercations. Before that, he for reckless driving, that he violated the assault. His conviction that violating off the ball punches and threats. In other instances, threats all writers like artists well. He built a reputation for the that those really slow down and those early years left record of violence, short films, direct life, people background, fight. And legal trouble started in 2001, directed by life. Over the next decade, he made multiple arrests, violence, drug theft, and probation violations. In 2009, he bailed out of violence with a order filed by the That's left the film for already strong dogs and those in 2012, he was arrested twice and was attacked by 2008. for violent offenses. He also faced drug-related charges that hit heroin drug. Furlong struggled publicly with addiction, repeated failure to lie on the court. For another 10 years long, he threatened to that violence over his more than 2 years. He became, in 1978, he was arrested for different aspects of drug offenses. Police pulled him over after he was tried to eradicate, failed to fix crime. With his 72 hours in jail before facing bail, he later pleaded no contest to the crime. He arrested him for probation, but it passed his reputation for better. Early in life, he did several writings in law and Unfiltered fights and one school. He later credited that experience in helping straighten him out before going to prison. On his adult legal record, he knows that his minor compared to others that none of his arrests, judge, time, his country had no action practice to more Amanda Barnes. Her legal troubles began in 2012 when she was arrested on suspicion of violence after sideswiping. Later that year, she was charged with 2 separate offenses, so those charges were dropped by the settlement. In 2015, she was arrested in New York for reckless endangerment of marijuana possession after allegedly throwing a bomb at the apartment window. The case was later dismissed. That same year, she was placed under a psychiatric ward in California after setting a small fire in the driveway, which led to a conservatorship fire. First July charge in 2012 was eventually dropped in 2020 after she completed alcohol and addiction in 2020. She then faced psychiatric care following the radical behavior. So she hasn't turned guilty. The legal history is mostly tied to public unsettled and multiple lawsuits and others. Fourth, in November 1994, he was arrested in Thailand for allegedly spousal battery after disputing with his then wife for a charges were eventually dropped for a couple later that arrest followed due to eradicating bar fights and public demonstrations. Still most this in February 2011, this time the project continued online investment. Police said he failed to take sobriety tests on balance. He later killed on like which Forbes legal brothers is dramatic, ruled by despite multiple brothers in the law, both part of his time as a professional law student and his office style office outward with together and the party perspective. That's the production photo of aggravation assault, simple assault, and collection. The charges can now be applied to a record Smith is supporter of the bodyguard so all charges he spent a brief time in a holding cell but was never convicted. The incident happened to while it's often exaggerated the arrest did mark the first legal scare and otherwise public record. Since then, he hasn't faced any criminal charges or arrests. That night, case with the only notable 2020, he was charged with forcibly raping women in the first 2001 2003. The Alias his first trial this trial after retried in 2003 and found guilty on September 2023. Prosecutor Mark said status court that all the third charge was ultimately opened. His conviction hardcore was high profile stuff, rape trials, started Lori Wattpad. In 2019, she was arrested for her role in the nationwide college. She and her husband both together in the movie, paid $500,000 to have daughters also as well wanted federal prosecutors with mail fraud and wire fraud. Not Prior to that,
What?
That will be fine.
Oh, butt hurts.
Oh.
And I farted too.
Yeah. Ew.
Their smaller size and partial conditions more aggressive law enforcement scrutiny. Nevertheless, these markets cater to a niche of dangerous clientele that includes surveys and shooting groups, individual prepared for violent attacks. All these platforms file weapons, handguns, automatic rifles, silencers, grenades, and even parts for broken hairstyles, which are invisible firearms in several forms. Some vendors offer weapons, automatic conflict zones, or obtain protective corruption, direct relying on digital crime to natural arms weapons. Unlike drugs, where personal harm is mostly defined, weapons purchased online have quality consequences. There have been instances where dark web source guns were used in violent crimes, mass shootings, and terror acts. The secrecy of the individual might not have access to firearms in the communities, certificate felon, and falseness to obtain deadly weapons from scrutiny. Furthermore, some sellers offer instructional videos for modified guns, creating fully automatic weapons or tactical explosives. Law enforcement can use digital evidence to combat the technology that well, although they can centralize and receive control of market to set operation rules. One of the most well-known busts occurred in 2017 when the International Task Force was investigating the dark web marketplace, Wall Street Market, which listed a variety of illicit goods, including firearms. Several of the shooters were arrested in large quantities of video evidence and receipts. Another significant case involved Ohio, United States, who in 2018 was convicted because by a vulnerable silence act that led to another mass shooting. He was caught during a Bitcoin operation with law enforcement detecting those sellers. This case, among others, highlights how authorities have been using sting operations with digital surveillance to identify and prosecute individuals attempting to use the dark web for authorization. Despite these successes, the global nature of the internet and the dark web often differs. Operating law enforcement featuring regulation, but the total elimination of the marketplace is extremely challenging. Moreover, as encryption technologies and crypto currencies will evolve, criminals and traffic strategies to stay one step ahead of authorities. Ultimately, the legal weapon marketplace and the dark web present a severe threat to public safety. They enable the unregulated flow of deadly arms across borders to the hand of military and militia communities. Data leaks are a common aspect of the dark web internet. This encompasses a broad spectrum of stolen undisclosed information, ranging from personal details such as political members, social security numbers, passwords, and parentheses, to sensitive corporate and company documents. These platforms often operate in closed forums, marketplaces, computer repositories, where each user shows their profit or shared data entirely. The prominence of data leaks on the dark web is not overstated. In fact, data leaks are one of the most active sectors of the dark web ecosystem, rivaling the dark web marketplaces in both scale and impact. Millions of users' data, often collected from news websites, phishing attempts, or attack leaks, are regularly uploaded on these sites. Some platforms specialize in allowing hackers to search and exploit user accounts across multiple platforms. Other sites focus on high-value targets, offering classified documents, corporate secrets, or government intelligence. These database sites typically function in two components. First, some operate by markets where data is sold in bulk. Credit card use, full identity profiles, and access to credentials are sold for data medicine. Buyers can then use the data for financial fraud, identity theft, or data attacks. Second, there are the sites that serve as public information platforms. These are often run by hackers who post their data to exert pressure on users, such as corporations that use finances, agencies, ransomware groups with first skills and data, then create and publish it on their blogs as payment. On an individual level, victims of engagement suffer financial loss, reputational harm, long-term health issues. On the corporate level, the data breaches can result in massive monetary damages, legal liability, operational disruption. Even more alarming, the threat to national security and government data is exposed. Some incidents reveal sensitive documents, diplomatic communications, and intelligence operations. Law enforcement and cybersecurity agencies around the world work with request efforts to combat the spread of stolen access. Some of those have profile links involved. Where those massive data with platform large investors. One such example is a notorious site that facilitated the sale and distribution of millions of stolen goods. In 2022, the warrant administrator who operated on the Alias application was arrested in another Vietnamese founder of Wattpad, a platform that not only sold drugs but also traded in stolen data. Authorities seized it and decided to murder for several months. Gathering information including the workshop now, despite the evidence, the warrant officers constantly unable to take the place of military now. The recent life Wattpad was a company animation and possible. Additionally, it gave a server repeated even after our site had been taken down. Once information is shared online, it spread rapidly through secondary platforms and private systems. This part of the Wattpad kills fraud, blackmail, political subversion, and nationalized security. While some promise that the data is running networks, never evolved into an enemy, ensure that its large mission is persistent because individuals, corporations, and governments worldwide. Acne services are one of the dangerous and highly sought after forms of web where individuals and groups communicate with digital break-ins, espionage, sabotage, and surveillance. These sites, often structured by professionals, platforms, and forums, offer an array of illegal hacking for hire options. While some are publicly decent, priceless, as elements, other require compensation with the reputations of the users. Custody individuals personal goods, corporations to professional espionage, communications with digital cyber warfare, intelligence gathering. Hacking services often typically include website replacement, DDoS attacks, phishing kits, malware deployment, misinformation, email and social media activity use. Work with database solutions, classically widely become targeted complexity tasks. For example, a professional could work at a high cost of literally $100, while working for the network for thousands. Many hackers operate with non-technical hacking or security testing for protection, but there are almost always malicious and attacking market business. On a personal level, these services can be used to carry out identity thefts and attacking on a corporate level, it can result in stolen trade secrets, intellectual property loss, or massive data breaches. More disturbingly, at the geopolitical level, these services can be used to disrupt elections, target your compromise government systems. Law enforcement agencies and some success in identifying and arresting criminals involved in the purpose of hacking services. Though the decentralized nature of software raises significant challenges. One of the most popular examples of the site Wattpad in 2015, which was a notorious cybercrime forum that facilitated the sale of hacking tools, services, and technology. Coordinated by international partners, the operation proved to address over 70 across multiple countries. Despite some injuries, the cybercrime economy is resilient. With one of the rigorous tests of the year, the law enforcement tackling techniques such as encryption, communication protocols, embedded procedures, and the services now operate in synchronized platforms, including the custom apps and multiple marketplaces. Artificial introduction of identified users. As long as the Wattpad offers security protection, the demand for hacking is higher and persistent threat challenge. The distribution of child exploitation material is restricted to Wattpad. This overrides the importance of enforcement and snatching custom Wattpad's mobile applications. These kits have often required multiple information, including mutations, encryption, material, or information capabilities. While not as complicated for drug national agencies, child exploitation content is considered by law enforcement to be one of the most persistent and serious elements of identity. People communication platforms, discussion forums, and monitoring services that allow real-time access to broadcast users quickly estimates Wattpad forums to share methods for identity protection, individual controlling, and distributing content. This form of online activities can be dangerous for attacking all victims, often children who are shared, but also places silent control. The long-term psychological, emotional, and physical damage inflicted dark web allows offenders to form that for some specific some of them necessary for activities participate, which means the online presence of such children, despite their difficult operations. Law enforcement across the globe have achieved significant breakthroughs upon prosecuting individuals responsible for the production and distribution of child exploitation content. One of the most high-profile cases was the takedown of one dark web site hosted in South Korea that hosted tens of thousands of viewers on child abuse. Child network was decided to report against the FBI and Europol led to the arrest of over 200 individuals worldwide. The site's operator, Sunshine Group, was convicted and cited for scandal. Another case involved the shutdown of VoicePad, one of the largest child abuse forums on the dark web. In 2021, the authorities, including Michigan Europol and international partners, arrested multiple initiatives on the website with over 400,000 registered users. The forum was called for sharing content investigation behind some victims provide abuse. Many victims carried out their request to forum users. Law enforcement including technical capabilities, issues watching case international cooperation to pursue public use. The presence of chat consequences that web have consequences on tools for exploiting for malicious purposes. The fight is some facts of the book. No difficult as for authorities to conflict on the book of its opponents, which would be exposed different services as a setup on web for individual members often conflict with their device. This is the transportation law enforcement agencies, journalists, the public over the idea that the mission apps capabilities can facilitate channels. While not as popular or widespread as wearable connectivity markets, it may require sites to constantly hear conversation on the web to the core of the house. According to cybersecurity experts and dark web analysts, many sites designed to exploit desperate and vulnerable individuals. They solicit promises to contact them with negative accounts. However, this did not prevent behavior as a fake site where the response may not go intended target buyer. Some individuals could use this platform to devastating consequences. The functionality of the website offers data on platforms. This can include different packages and lists, sometimes based on factor identification, difficult to detect, such as shooting, poisoning, accidents. Some sites can offer reviews, damage partners, and customer support, all of which are just part of the market standard. The appearances of this platform are not representative of compensation. Some references those with weaknesses and practical knowledge of prosecutions. One of the most well-known cases involves Taiwan and considered its competitive intelligence and investigators found that its dark website called Vietnamese-American. This mafia was able to expose its operation. The possible culprit was dead, in which all wanted to prove that the cell that the operator of Visa Mafia, in particular, scale artists, was unfortunate and caught. In 2020, the FBI arrested and charged multiple individuals in several cases involving supposed different services, access to the dark web, and corporate accuracy operations. Despite the difficulty of working against most of these sites, law enforcement is often closely. Some sites would create enemies themselves as traps that match clients. With that being said, whether they're fraudulent, Visa is considered acceptable, legal, and society. Human trafficking is one of the most horrifying acts of the web. While the majority of human trafficking occurs online, whether it's multinational organizations, social media, SDGs, the dark web has been used to purify traffickers to facilitate protections, conceal operations, and distribute exploitative content. The trafficking of the dark web is often however served by the drug or weapon markets. These websites often deliver players to encrypted information, violent forums, paywall services,
Mm.
Animal versus animal.
Mhm.
Ah. Okay. Oh shit. Damn. Oh.
Mm.
Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
I love him. Oh, his voice.
conflict that took place between 1775 and 1783 resulted in the 13th power breaking away from British rule and forming the United States of America. The war began due to growing tension between powers and the British government over issues such as taxation without representation, trade restrictions, and British military presence in colonies. The events of the standoff of 1765, the Boston Massacre in 1770, and the Boston Tea Party in 1773 killed it. The First Continental Congress met in 1774 to seek a peaceful resolution, but after British troops clashed with colonial militias at Lexington and Concord in April 1775, armed conflict became unavoidable. The war was won with the colony's desire for self-government and economic freedom, while Britain aimed to maintain control of its empire. As the conflict escalated, the Continental Congress formed the Continental Army and appointed George Washington as its commander-in-chief. The Declaration of Independence, written primarily by Thomas Jefferson and adopted on July 4, 1776, formally announced the colony's claim to Britain and articulated the belief in natural rights and popular sovereignty. The Battle of Bunker Hill in 1775 proved the determination of the colonial forces. In 1777, the American victory in the Battle of Saratoga was a turning point, convincing France to enter the war as an American ally. The harsh winter at Valley Forge in 1777 and 1778 tested the resilience of Washington's troops, but also saw crucial training for a strengthened army. The war's final major engagement occurred at the Siege of Neurotype in 1781, where American and French forces surrounded British General Cornwallis, forcing his surrender. George Washington proved steady leadership, while figures like John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, and Thomas Jefferson were instrumental in both government and diplomacy. This conflict resulted in the deaths of around 25,000 and 78,000 American patriots. The war ended with the Treaty of Paris in 1783 and was further recognized American independence. The Revolutionary War not only established a new nation, but also inspired democratic movements worldwide. The War of 1812 was a military conflict between the United States and Great Britain that lasted from 1812 to 1815. The war began due to several unresolved tensions from the American Revolutionary War, as well as issues. The main problem was that the British were putting restrictions on American trade during the Napoleonic Wars. The British forced American sailors into the Royal Navy. The British gave support to Native American resistance against American expansion in Northwest Territory. Many Americans, specifically the Warhawks and Pocahontas, saw the war as an opportunity to strengthen national honor, secure maritime rights, and possibly expand U.S. territory into British Canada. The conflict began in the year 1812 when the United States declared war on Britain. At the time, Britain was deeply involved in fighting Napoleon in Europe and gave limited attention to the war in North America. Much of the early fighting occurred along the U.S.-Canadian border, when the Americans launched several unsuccessful invasions. American naval forces had significant victories at the Great Lakes, such as Oliver Hazard Perry's triumph at the Battle of Lake Erie in 1813. Another key victory came in 1813, when American forces, under William Henry Harrison, defeated a British native alliance at the Battle of the Thames. The British launched a powerful counter-offensive in 1814 after Napoleon's defeat in Europe. They invaded the Chesapeake region, capturing Washington, D.C., and burning the White House